Check, check, check 1 2, check 1 2.
Yeah, what do you want to test it? Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Okay. I think it's coming through the stream.
check, check. Mic test. Looking at my outputs. It looks like I'm sending everywhere. You got me? Great. Check, check. 1, 2. Cool. I can keep going. Yeah, of course. Check, check. 1, 2. Do we have Zoom participants or are you just sending out to Zoom? Incredible. I love sending to Zoom. Hey, 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm not sure. I forget which one of my outputs is sending to Zoom. Da, da, da. Yeah, I can go. I can bump that too if you need whatever's easier. Hey, 1, 2. Check, check. Is that better or do you want more? Hey, check. 1, 2. Testing microphone. Hey, 1, 2. Still more? Hey, check. 1, 2. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. My name is Casey Hayes Dietz, and I am a graduate of the MBA program here at GW. Thank you. And it is a real honor to be your MC, your MC this morning. So welcome to the 2026 ICSB World Congress opening session. First, I am going to introduce a man who needs no introduction, Ayman El-Tarabishi. Let's give it up. Thank you. Dr. El-Tarabishi is president and CEO of the International Council for Small Business and a teaching professor of management at the George Washington University School of Business. A global advocate for entrepreneurship and small business development, he co-founded United Nations MSMEs Day, now observed annually on June 27th. His work focuses on human-centered entrepreneurship, innovation, and the role of entrepreneurs in driving economic growth, community development, and societal well-being across more than 150 countries. Dr. El-Tarabishi.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy that you are all here and awake after this amazing football games last night. I stayed up watching the last game between Morocco and the Netherlands, so it was a really exciting game. And today it's going to get even more better with the World Cup. And our theme as well is the MSME World Cup. So nobody goes out from our World Cup here. Everybody's included here. But we realized that there's a lot of missed penalties. So this afternoon, we're having some workshops on penalty taking in the business school. Sky and his team will show you how to take penalties here so we can score more goals here. But welcome to George Washington University. It is a great honor to have all of you here, and for all the people coming from around the world and from just down the street and down the neighborhood here, I want to also welcome you here. I've written a welcome letter that you all have received here. I would like to read it because it goes on the record. It shows up from 10 years from now, that this was our welcome and this was the objective and the mission of our organization. So I'll read it and then we'll continue. Dear delegates, ICSB members, GW staff, faculty, and students, and all friends of ICSB and family members, welcome to Washington, D.C., and welcome to the 71st ICSB World Congress. It is my great honor to greet you on behalf of the International Council for Small Business and the George Washington University School of Business. GWSB has been our home since 2002. This is the third time GW has hosted our most prestigious World Congress. The first was in 2005. That is almost 21 years ago. And we are proud to welcome the world back again to Washington, D.C. For this week, our campus becomes the meeting place for local and global entrepreneurship community. You come from down the street and from across the globe. Different countries, different experiences, one family. Some of you are returning friends. Many of you are joining for the first time. All of you now are part of the ICSB GW family. Our theme this year is entrepreneurship for the world. We call it MSMEs World Cup. Just as the World Cup brings nations together through shared passion, this Congress unites the global community of entrepreneurs and small businesses. We come to compete in the best sense of the word, to share our best ideas, to learn from one another, and to elevate entrepreneurship around the world. There is no better place to gather than Washington, D.C. In 2026, the United States celebrates its 250th anniversary, a milestone that reminds us that of enduring power of freedom, opportunity, and bold ideas. George Washington, our nation's founding father, and the namesake of our university, helped build the country grounded in the belief of ordinary people can accomplish extraordinary things. The same entrepreneurial spirit lives within this Congress. We are proud to welcome leaders from government, business, academia, and civil society, and students who share a common purpose, advancing entrepreneurship that is innovative, inclusive, and human-centered. Entrepreneurship begins with an idea. MSMEs transform ideas into businesses, businesses into livelihoods, and livelihoods into stronger communities. At ICSB, we believe entrepreneurship has always been about people. Business matter because people matter. As we begin this remarkable week together, I just ask you for 4 things. 1, grow through every conversation. 2, open your mind to new ideas. 3, actively participate in every session. L, leave with no friendships and lifelong collaborations, with new friendships and lifelong collaborations. In short, score a goal. Ole! Thank you.
Next, we have Keyshawn Kim. I got to spend the day yesterday with Dr. Kim working with over 20 young students from Korea, so that was a really wonderful treat. Dr. Kim is the chair of the ICSB board and professor of management at the Catholic University of Korea. An internationally recognized scholar and thought leader, he is the creator of the human-centered entrepreneurship framework, which emphasizes that business should generate economic value while advancing human dignity, empowerment, and community prosperity. His research and policy work have influenced entrepreneurship ecosystems across Asia and the world. Dr. Kim.
Good morning. Dear ICSB family, welcome to 2026 ICSB World Congress. I am Ki-chan Kim, chair of ICSB. We begin on June 26 with the ICSB UN Forum in New York. Since then, we have continued with the ICSB Academic Conference and the YES program, Young Entrepreneur School program yesterday. I sincerely thank all of you who made this possible. This ICSB family, dear ICSB family, the key question of this Congress is simple but very important. How do we prepare for the future in the age of AI? Our answer is youth, women, and the human-centered entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship means dreaming in the real world. It also means making that dream real. So let me ask you, entrepreneurship in one word, what is this? Dream, hope, challenge maybe. Entrepreneurship in 2 words, guess the human possibility or new opportunity. Entrepreneurship in 3 words, better tomorrow. Today, we are honored to welcome Professor Herman Agnes. He is a former president of Academy of Management. His keynotes will help us make our discussion, our program more scientific and more global. No measurement, no improvement, but measurement must be scientific. Professor Herman Agnes, with a welcoming warm round of applause. Thank you very much for your time. Okay. Today, we will also talk about women entrepreneurship. Women entrepreneurship open a new path for inclusive growth I thank Camille Bon, the CEO of the Women President Organization, for her leadership. Today, we also have a special guest from Korea. Actually, she is the granddaughter of the founder of Korean Airline. Do you know Korean Airline? Yeah, founder of, she is a granddaughter. Actually, she is Emily Jo, president of CMO of Hanjin Company Limited. She is a next generation business leader from Korea. Emily Jo, as far as I know, has received the Michael Ford Award. So I hope she will grow as a woman leader who practice and spread human-centered entrepreneurship within ICSB. Please give a warm round of applause to women leaders and the women entrepreneur here. Thank you very much. Okay. I also thank all of you who have come from around the world for this valuable presentation and the discussion. Please take a moment to look at colleagues sitting next to you. Give each other a warm applause. Yeah. And shake hand and greet one another with a smile. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. We are not competitor. We are colleague, family, working together to build a better world. Dear friend, ICS family, the theme of this Congress, as Ayman said before, is MSME's World Cup. Entrepreneurship for the world. So the World Cup brings nations together. Entrepreneurship brings people together. Entrepreneurship is not only competition, it is cooperation, collaboration. Entrepreneurship is not only winning, it is sharing. Entrepreneurship is not only creating company, it is creating a better world. Many people talk about the fourth industrial revolution. But let us move forward to a better world through fifth industrial revolution. What is the fifth industrial revolution? It is sharing revolution. The main industry of the fifth industrial revolution is the sharing industry. The most beautiful new product of sharing industry is happiness. In the age of AI, entrepreneurship must also change. When technology becomes faster, humanity must become deeper. When AI becomes smarter, people must become more empathetic. Recently, ICSB presented the Human-Centered Entrepreneurship Index for 43 countries. I believe this index will receive great attention in the future. Peter Drucker said, a good company. What is a good company? Good company helps ordinary people achieve extraordinary results. But the real question is, how can we make this possible? The answer is a human-centered entrepreneurship. Human-centered entrepreneurship is a power that helps ordinary people create extraordinary results. Human-centered entrepreneurship has three powers. Empathy, the heart. Empowerment is head. The enablement, hands and the feet. Empathy is the heart. Empathy connects the people to people. Empowerment is engine. Power of a thinking engine. Empowerment to give people the freedom to dream. Enablement is to accelerate. Enablement help people take action. When these three powers work together, dream move forward, and the dream become reality. Now let us move from fourth industrial revolution to fifth industrial revolution. Let's move forward from competition to sharing. Let's produce not only more product, more happiness. Dear friend, family, once again, welcome to 2026 ICSB World Congress. Let's make this Congress a place of dream, a place of human possibility, a place of sharing revolution. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to welcome Joseph Miranda to the stage. Joseph Miranda is the Assistant Dean of Operations as well as the Interim Executive Director of the F. David Fowler Career Center at the George Washington University School of Business. Joseph came to GW after a 28-year career in management consulting at Accenture, where he held several executive leadership positions and retired as the Global Director of Operations for Corporate Development and the Global Director of Operations for Mergers and Acquisitions. It's a very impressive long bio, lost my place. He has worked in the commercial and federal industries and has expertise in operations, finance, M&A, pricing, project management, corporate development, university lecturing, and career counseling. Joseph previously served as the Interim Executive Director, Senior Career Consultant, and Consulting 360 Program Manager at the David Fowler Career Center. He received his Bachelor of Science in Finance from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, and his Master of Science in Engineering Management from the Catholic University of America.
Good morning, everyone. It's dangerous to give me a mic, and I'm unscripted. But thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'd like to officially, on behalf of the Dean of the Business School, Dean Shevin Yeltikin, and myself and the Business School, welcome you to our campus and welcome you to the George Washington University School of Business. I trust that you found yesterday's sessions very valuable. I was able to sit in on some, and I thought they were exceptional discussions and speakers. And I'm sure you're going to have more of that today. But a bit of history, because we're very proud of our university here at George Washington University. We were founded in 1821 by an act of Congress, and it was signed by President James Monroe, who was our 5th president of the United States. This is only 52 years after our founding as a country, in which we are going to be celebrating our 250th anniversary. Now, the business school was a bit later. We were established in 1928. So we're approaching our centennial celebration in a couple years, and we're very excited about that. ICSB was founded in 1955. And it was founded here in the United States. Now, it has changed names over those years, but it has been housed here and partnered with the George Washington University School of Business since 2002, and we're very proud of that relationship. And under its current and modern leadership with Dr. Ayman El-Tarabishi, it reached a pinnacle in which the United Nations General Assembly officially declared June 27th International Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Enterprise Day. And that day is very important to me because my daughter got married just on June 27th, this Saturday. So I will never forget that date, Ivan. But GWSB is also very committed to developing not only future leaders that will make an impact in the world, but also future entrepreneurs. We do this through our rigorous academic programs. We have over 14 specialized masters, 4 MBA tracks, and over 20 joint and dual degree programs. And we also do it through our co-curricular programming. You've heard a lot about being human-centric, and our co-curricular programming augments what is taught in the classroom by teaching students how not only to use the skills they're learning in academia, but also to apply the professional development skills that will make them effective in connecting with human beings and driving a greater outcome and impact. We also do it through our 10 centers and institutes here at the university. We have the Institute of Corporate Responsibility, the Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence, just to name a couple. And our students participate extensively in projects that help them develop their entrepreneurial mindset and a mindset of innovation, which not only is important for entrepreneurs, but important for any future leader that graduates from our institution and going out into the workforce of tomorrow. So again, I would just like to say welcome to our university. I wish you a wonderful rest of the day and sessions that you're going to have here. And as Ayman laid out earlier, go score a goal. Thank you very much.
At this point, we are going to transition into our first session of the day, Past, Present, and Future of SMEs. Our moderator for this session is Winslow Sargent. He is the immediate past chair of ICSB and a former chief counsel for advocacy at the U.S. Small Business Administration. A successful entrepreneur, investor, policymaker, he has dedicated his career to advancing innovation, technology commercialization, and small business growth. His leadership has shaped entrepreneurship policy and strengthened support systems for founders and innovators throughout the United States and internationally.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday to everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here on this day, and I will be moderating the first panel of this of our Congress, which is the past, present, and future of SMEs. In the past 10 years, we've seen many things. We've gone through a pandemic. Had seen the effects of supply chains and how that has impacted our economies, gone through inflation, and now we're dealing with AI. And so I'm so pleased today that we're going to have a chance to hear from extremely brilliant thought leaders on these topics. You know, when I think of MSMEs, when I think of the past, present, and future, we've always said that for MSMEs, that there's been a challenge of access to capital and digital AI capability and ecosystem. And I'll just put my spin on when I think of entrepreneurship, when I think of MSMEs, and it builds on what Dr. Keyshawn Kim and Dr. Ayman Tarabishi has put forth with regard to humane entrepreneurship, is the central role of humans, right? When we think of why do we do this, we want to improve the human condition, right? When we think of innovation, when we think of creating new products and new services and all of these tools, we want to improve the human condition. And so as we move forward and have these discussions, I will, throughout the question here, and we may come back to it in terms of, will the future belong to entrepreneurs who will combine innovation and purpose? What is the purpose of? And so without much ado, I will like to bring up our three panelists to the stage. I'll read your name and you can come and sit, and then we will and then we'll hear your presentation. Will that work okay? I'm trying to see Dr. Ayman to make sure it's okay. So the first panelist is Dr. Herman Aguinis. He's the Avram Tucker, Distinguished Scholar and Professor of Management, GW School of Business. He's also the past president of the Academy of Management. I believe his talk will be the intersection of research, policy, challenges, and opportunities. Dr. McGuinness. You can sit anywhere. Question. The next panelist is Camille Burns. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Women's President Organization. And her talk will be Women's Presidents and their impact on the global landscape. Let's begin. And third speaker is Stephen Glaude, President and CEO of the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. And he'll share the local lens supporting MSMEs in Washington, D.C. So what I'll do is that I'll start out, since you came up last, Stephen, I'll start out with you, where I'll hand the floor off to you. And so what we're going to do is hear from each speaker, and then I will ask them some questions. And then if there's time allows, I'll give you in the audience a chance to ask questions. Not make statements, but ask questions. Without ado, please.
Good morning. For those of you coming from out of town or out of country, welcome to Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have you. I want to thank all of the leadership of George Washington University for not just their leadership with ICSB, but their presence in the District of Columbia as a partner. George Washington University partners with those of us doing work in the district in a number of ways, and we appreciate their presence, their leadership, their intellectual contributions and other things that they provide those of us working here locally in DC. There are two themes that are going to weave in and out of the remarks that I'm going to provide. One is that there is more we can do working together and in partnership than we can do alone. And the other one is in attempting to demystify how we best help support small and minority and women-owned businesses. There are two themes that I think are unavoidable. One is that we have to first protect and prepare them. And the other one is that we have to re-engineer systems to create opportunities. When you look at everything that small businesses have to navigate, you always run into those two issues that they face. So I just want to say it's an honor to join and be a part of this global conversation. I serve as president and CEO of the Coalition DC, formerly known as the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing, and actually that name change is reflective of some of the principles that guide and impact the work of small businesses. A little bit about me personally, because I do think it kind of frames some of the perspective and comments that we have. I've spent my career working across, and by the way, I'm a fifth-generation Washingtonian, so I have seen all the changes and impacts in Washington, D.C., and how they impact our small businesses and small business communities. But I've spent my career working across government, the nonprofit sector, and community development, and no matter what job I've had, one question has always dominated the work and the challenges, and that is, how do we create more pathways to opportunity for people in the communities we serve? Across my work in city government, which includes working for the mayors of DC and New Orleans, and the federal government, which includes working for the U.S. Departments of Housing and Urban Development, Health and Human Services, and the White House, and in my nonprofit work, where I've run 6 nonprofits, 3 national and 3 local, the thing that always, the one consistent truth I've seen is that economic progress does not come from any institution or sector alone, and communities rarely fall short because of a lack of talent or ideas. They fall short when opportunity gets stuck between institutions, priorities, and systems never designed to move in sync, and partnerships that are never cultivated. Those principles are what guides our work at the Coalition. Decades ago, I stumbled across this proverb, which I have held close to me because I see it in so much of what we do, more importantly, what we don't do. And it's an old African proverb that simply says, when elephants fight, the grass always loses. And I think that that is reflective of some of the tensions and dynamics that we deal with. When large institutions compete for resources, influence, or political attention, they rarely intend harm, but the consequences are that they are often felt by the communities they are trying to serve. 25 years ago, our organization was actually two organizations, the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and the Coalition for Economic Development. And what they realized was that they were working in the same communities, they were working with the same populations, navigating the same challenges, but rarely were they doing it in partnership or concert with each other. And the community, being the grass, was the one that was suffering as a result. So the coalition made a decision to form the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, and we've evolved further now just to become even broader in our ability or in our desire to kind of coordinate sectors. The three things that we focus on: advocacy to ensure that policy expands opportunity, capacity building to strengthen the organizations and businesses closest to the community, and research to ground action in both data and lived experience. Our way of working is simple, and I'll pause just a quick second to say that simplicity that I'm getting ready to describe is really important because of all the ecosystems that exist, the small business ecosystem is the most challenging to coordinate and to collaborate with. We also work with the homeless ecosystem, the affordable housing ecosystem, and the workforce ecosystems. And those systems are more finite and less complex, so it's really important to have a simple approach to doing it. And we do it with three things. We listen, we interpret, and then we innovate. We design practical interventions that improve how opportunity flows through existing systems, and just as importantly, we mobilize partners, institutions, and researchers needed to implement those solutions. This approach has taught us a simple but durable lesson. Talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not always distributed equally, nor are relationships maximized. And once you see that clearly, it changes the kind of solutions that you do. And I'm going to mention a couple of results and a couple of programs, and then I'm going to sit down. Listening, interpreting, and innovating has resulted in the coalition directing more than $1.5 billion in spending to Washington, D.C. businesses, money that was previously being spent in businesses outside of D.C. Not through a single program, not through a single institution, but through a system that began to function differently once we understood where opportunity was getting stuck and designed ways to unlock it. This work also created a network of 17 collaborating anchor institutions and national funders, including universities like George Washington and Georgetown, hospitals such as Children's National and Johns Hopkins, utility companies, financial institutions such as J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Truist, and other major employees across the district. This work is nationally, actually globally known as anchor institution work. And in our project alone, last year, it resulted in $127 million in total economic impact, including $97 million in direct revenue to local businesses, $19 million in additional supply chain activity, and $11 million in broader community reinvestment. It created 688 new jobs, generated $44.8 million in wages, salaries, and benefits to workers across. But the outcome is not the accumulation of these numbers. It is the signal that they represent, that when you understand how an ecosystem actually functions and you intervene where opportunity is blocked, you can change how capital, opportunity, and economic growth flow through a city. And when that flow changes, the effects are felt in households, in neighborhoods, and in long-term resilience of local economies. Our partnership with these universities is called DCAP, DC Community Anchor Partnerships, and it's one of the clearest places where we saw opportunity to get stuck. Each year, our 18 education institutions and health systems, at the time we did the original research, was spending $2 billion annually. None of the institutions' local spend was above 3%, and minority spend was less than 0.5%. And we saw in that tremendous opportunity. Through listening to entrepreneurs and institutions and interpreting how the ecosystem functions, we saw a consistent pattern. Businesses were often able, but the pathways for them to access the opportunities were fragmented. More importantly, there were no relationships between our businesses and these large institutions. Many of these large institutions assumed that local businesses could not meet their needs, and many of these businesses assumed that they could not compete and get opportunity. And so this divide existed for decades. We brought together the district government, anchor institutions, financial partners, and business leaders to launch the DC Community Anchor Partnership, or DCAP, a continued effort to shift procurement from isolated decision-making to a cross-sector strategy for economic growth. The result, procurement shifted from a transactional process into a deliberate strategy for local economic inclusion. And so that is an example of expanding opportunity through system engagement. And then I'll move on to what I look at as one of our contributions to protecting small businesses, and that's our partnership with George Washington University Graduate School of Business, or our Elevate program. One of the things that we realized by listening and by being in relationship is that a lot of our entrepreneurs, a lot of our business owners in DC never went to business school. Business tends to happen three ways. Legacy businesses, the grandson is running the grandfather's hardware store. You go to school, you go get your MBA, and somewhere in your academic journey, you decide you want to launch an ID company or a cybersecurity company, and you go. But the majority of entrepreneurship happens when someone walks outside, looks around, sees something that needs to be done, figures out someone will pay for it, and launches a business. But those people lack traditional and formal business education. And inherent in that are tricks and traps that often harm their businesses in their journey. So we developed a partnership, or Elevate, and I'm so proud of that. When we launched Elevate, I had modest expectations. I had really more unknown expectations. I didn't know what the businesses were going to face or what they were going to learn. But we just held on to that fundamental belief that these entrepreneurs needed formal business education. I'm really proud to say that over the last, 4 or 5 years now, we've graduated 8 cohorts, 78 businesses across 17 institutions. And when I look at the impact of what those businesses have done, some, as a result of the educational experience they've had here, are winning their first federal contracts. Others are expanding and competing for much larger contracts in more competitive environments. I'll tell you this real quick story, and then we'll wrap up. Last year, I was at a charity golf tournament, and a gentleman approached me, and he said, "Steve, I'm an Elevate graduate, and I just want to tell you how great the experience was for me." Whenever anyone comes up and asks and says something great about something we've done to help them, I say, "Well, tell me how it helped." This young man owned an amputee business, a prosthetics company, and he said to me, "I know my technology is up to the minute, and I know my pricing is competitive, but I am just not getting traction." And I said, "Well, how did Elevate help?" And he said, "The faculty at GW shredded my marketing materials apart. They just ripped them to shreds. They tore them up, threw them on the floor, took me through a process, asked me all the right questions." He proudly pulled out his brochure and he said, "In the last 10 months, my sales have gone up 27%. And I think that is a phenomenal contribution and accomplishment. So I just want to say that across Washington, D.C., we continue to see entrepreneurs strengthen capacity, access opportunity, and create lasting impact in their communities. That is not the story of one program. It's the story of an ecosystem. It's a story of relationships. It's a story of partnerships. Capital matters, but it's not the full story. The future will depend on whether businesses are prepared to compete and whether opportunity is there when they are ready. Because when talent is supported by protection and growth opportunity, businesses thrive, communities strengthen, and local economies become more resilient. And I think that in the midst of so much that mystifies us about how to help, we've learned at the Coalition, keep it simple. Protect businesses, equip them, and then change systems so they have more opportunities. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Steve, for those words. There's a lot. And it, no, it's been really good. I took a few notes. You know, one of the things that stuck out for me is that partnerships matter, right? I think that you said that economic progress is stuck between institutions, and that spoke to me that there were a lack of partnerships. And I'm glad that you mentioned the Elevate program, because the partnership between your organization, the coalition, and GW, because it's important that as an educational institution that you become part of the community, right? And by being part of the community, in that you help those who have the talents, they just need to have the education, they need to have the support. You know, so those words really resonated with me. I'm quite sure as well with the audience, you know, that there's a need for partnership. Next speaker, I'm going to ask Camille Burns, because she's going to share with us how the impact women presidents and the impact of the global landscape. Camille.
Thank you so much, Winslow. Good morning, everyone. Very nice to be here. I want to just give a shout out to Iman and ICSB for putting this event together and bringing so many people from different countries around the world to have these conversations. It's so important for entrepreneurs. I also want to express my gratitude for having women as part of the conversation, because as women continue to make more and more of an impact in the entrepreneurial space, in the business space, we need to be part of conversations like this. So one of the things we talked about was talking a little bit, as you know, the theme is the past, present, and future. So I wanted to take a moment and talk a little bit about the past of women's business ownership, because for women, women's impact, significant place in the entrepreneurial community, in the business community, is relatively new. For many, many years, for women to own a business was really just a survival strategy. You know, it was a way to put food on the table, feed their families, take care of those that are around them, but there weren't opportunities for women business owners. Up until the 1970s, in most countries, women couldn't own property. Women couldn't start businesses. Women couldn't get bank accounts for their companies. So think about this. This isn't that long ago that women couldn't even start a business. They had so few resources to make that happen. And it wasn't really until the 70s and 80s that in many countries around the world, laws started to change. But that didn't necessarily mean that perception started to change. So even though women could legally start entities, it didn't always mean that banks were willing to even have conversations with women. I know a woman who started a company in the 1980s in the United States, and she tells this story of she went in to open a bank account, get everything set up for her company, and they said, you need a male cosigner, which was what women had to deal with for much of history. And she's like, well, she's a single mom. She's got a 17-year-old son, and they won't let her open the account and start her business. And so she brings her 17-year-old son in, the boy that she is putting through school, putting food on the table, and this boy is living off of her, and he was able to be her co-signer so that she could open the bank account and get her company really going. And this is the kind of things that women dealt with for many, many years. So in the 1980s and 90s, things started to shift. And it was really in the 1990s that global data started to emerge on women business owners. Prior to that, people didn't even know how many women ran companies, didn't know there were women running successful companies. I'm with the Women Presidents Organization, the WPO, and we're a global community of women CEOs and presidents of multi-million-dollar companies. So we run peer advisory groups where we bring successful women together on a monthly basis so they can work on their businesses. And the founder of the WPO in the 1990s was brought on by the SBA to go around the United States and try to find women running multi-million-dollar companies because they didn't even know how many existed. They believed it was very few and far between. And as she was doing that work, she started to realize there were a lot of women running $1 million, $2 million, $10 million companies, and they were not all mom and pop shops as many people assumed at the time. So she started this organization because she wanted to bring these women together and felt like there was no place for them where they could meet and connect with other women doing the kind of things that they were doing. And with this shift in the 1990s, and this is really on a global scale, it's all happening kind of at the same time, there's really the beginning of a perception shift around women's entrepreneurship. So we slowly start to shift to see that women are running successful companies. Women are running companies in what we might consider non-traditional industries. I've been working in this space 25 years. And when I started working 25 years ago, people would ask me what I do for a living, and I would tell them, and they would kind of look at me with a blank stare, like it made no sense to them. And we know today, if people talk to me about the work I do, they get excited because over the last 25 years, that shift in perception of women-owned businesses has been significant. And today, we're really in a place where, in many countries around the world, we see women-owned businesses as drivers of innovation, as job creators, as having a huge economic impact on the global community. So we've seen a lot of change. But what I will say, having been in this space for a long time, is that the needle hasn't moved as much as I would have liked to have seen. We're still dealing with the vast majority of women around the world are solo entrepreneurs. They run micro businesses. It is still very challenging for women to build and scale and grow companies. Women around the world have achieved almost parity in education. So we know that this isn't an education issue, we know that this isn't an ambition issue, but there are other issues that women are dealing with that are making it a little more challenging to grow and scale these companies. One, I'll start with is the one we always hear about, which is access to capital. But I will say that one of my personal pet peeves is we always talk about access to capital, like that is the issue. And there are so many issues beyond access to capital. And I want to acknowledge, Stephen, I very much heard when you were talking about opportunities and relationships, because what I see often is that it's these access to opportunities. It's these access to the right networks. It's the access to the resources that women business owners are lacking. And so we've worked within our community to help build these trusted relationships with women entrepreneurs and with other individuals, whether it's bankers, lawyers, all of the other, the ecosystem that an entrepreneur needs to grow and scale their company, and created these trusted spaces where entrepreneurs can collaborate, come together, and grow. But the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report shows that women have achieved a lot of parity. A lot of that gap has closed. But at this current rate, it's going to take about, they're estimating 123 years for women to reach any kind of parity. And one of the largest gaps is the economic gap. And this is where I see a massive opportunity for women business owners. I think that women, it's the one place where women are paid the same. They can pay themselves what they believe they deserve. They can hire female employees, they can promote the women that work for them, and this is a real opportunity to help with the advancement, I believe, of women on a global scale. So I wanted to talk about a couple things that I see as the future advancements that might be helping women entrepreneurs, and what I hope and I believe will help lead to growth so that we see more women that are able to scale and grow large enterprises. First is that there is, and many of you probably know this, that we've started a massive transfer of wealth that is going to continue to happen over the next 20, 25 years. And this is from essentially the baby boomers to the Gen X and millennial generations. And what we're seeing for pretty much the first time in history is a much larger number of women that are taking over family businesses. So with this transfer, what may have been 40, 30, 50 years ago, you would transfer the business to your son, often the eldest son. Now we're seeing that parents are often transferring their companies to the most qualified. And we know that that education gap has closed almost. So you're seeing more women with MBAs and the kind of degrees that I believe are allowing them and putting them in a good position to take over these companies. But I think this is also where we need to be able to support these entrepreneurs as their first-time CEOs, sometimes taking over very large family businesses. I also think with the transfer of wealth, I'm hopeful that there will be a perception shift around women and money, and that more financial institutions will see that there's more women that are controlling a significant amount of wealth. I mean, they're talking about numbers like $47 trillion being transferred to the next generation of women. This is a huge amount of women, a huge amount of money for women to have control over. And I'm hoping that this will lead to a perception shift and may lead to more access to capital if women are start to be seen more as a better bet. Because women are a better bet. Women are a great bet to invest in women-owned businesses, and they actually have a higher success rate often, but there still isn't that perception on a larger scale. I think we've also been talking about AI. I think we can't discount how much that's going to help, I believe, small businesses. There's just a lot of things that have been too cost prohibitive for small businesses to be able to grow and scale their companies. And with AI, there's going to be more resources that are going to, I think, help solopreneurs and small businesses generate a lot more revenue and be able to grow their businesses quicker. And lastly, I want to just echo again the conversation around collaboration, where we're seeing more and more women business owners coming together and working, creating strategic alliances, creating partnerships so that they can grow and scale their companies, so they can take on larger contracts than they would have been able to take on their own. And I believe that we are moving into a period of more collaboration. I love the human-centered entrepreneurship for that reason, because I think that we're shifting how we're running companies, and I hope that that is the case, because I think that that is an area where women, I believe, will do really well coming together and growing and scaling their businesses. So we're going to have an incredible conversation after this with some amazing leaders to talk about this, have a deeper discussion, and get their perspectives. So I will leave the rest for that conversation, but thank you to ICSB, and I look forward to hearing from you too as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille, for those remarks. When we think of access to capital, as she mentioned, I serve on a bank called the First Women's Bank, and it was created because of a lack of access to capital for women business owners. And I remember one stat really stands out in terms of that only 2% of all venture capital go towards women-led companies. That's 2%. And when you think of it, more than 30% of formal SMEs are led by women. And that number is higher when you include the informal section as well. And so when we see the numbers, we know that we're underperforming. That this is not a market that is functioning for everyone. And so just think all the jobs, all the opportunity, all the products, all the innovation that is being lost or being stymied because the innovators and those who are really creative that could bring new products to the marketplace are not being given the opportunity. And so I applaud your organization because you also focus on not just the startup, but the scale up, right? Because so often we think of women-led businesses, 1 or 2 employees. No, there are a lot of women-led businesses that are doing multi-million dollars in terms of revenue. I like to share that when I was at the SBA, there were more than 30 million small businesses in the U.S. But when you look at the numbers, 80% of SMEs have no employees. The only one, right? So just think that and that's more than 25, 26 million businesses are single member employees. If you're able to double that, have more than one employee, just think how many people you're able to employ. Just think how much more revenue that you're able to have as well. And so that's why It's so important for your organization to educate us. And I believe in allyship. Allyship is the whole concept is that you don't have to be a woman to support women-led businesses. As a man, I am an ally. And so it's important that we stand back. We are not out in front. You lead, but we're allies as well. And so thank you for those remarks. Next speaker is Dr. Herman Aguinis. He's going to touch on the intersection of research and policy challenges and opportunities. Herman, the floor is yours.
I'm a professor, so I do have some slides. Good morning, everyone. Let's try again. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, honored. In July of 2021, the ICSB Congress took place in Paris. That was my first conference in person after COVID, and we had a blast. So ICSB will always be in my heart. Thank you for inviting me today. Thank you, Ayman, Joseph, Kichan, Winslow, Stephen, and Camille for your very spot-on comments. And I'm actually, without having prepared that specific theme, I will talk about the two themes that everyone has been talking about. Number one, how can we improve the human condition? In my particular case, it will be through research impacting policies, and policies impacting the human condition. And number two, the critical role of partnerships. So we'll talk on these two issues, on how to improve the human condition and how to create partnerships. Is this a remote for the slides? Yes. Thank you. How much time do I have, Winslow? No. Like what, 10, 15 minutes? 15? All right, so I have 15 minutes to summarize 15 years of research. No problem. A minute per year, no problem at all. If you click on the left QR, you will be able to download these articles. And if you click on the right QR code, you will be able to watch and listen to more than 500 videos and podcasts that summarize these articles and more in a way that is user-friendly, especially if you're on the metro. So we've been working on this issue of the interface between research and policy for many, many years. But I'll talk about a few papers that we published in the last 5 years or so. The first one is one we published in a journal of the Academy of Management called the Academy of Management Perspectives. We wanted to know how much of the research, the vast amount of research that is published, tens of thousands of articles every year in management and related fields, how many of those articles say anything that policymakers can use? And 1.5% is a very low number. So this is pre-AI, so we had to do a massive coding of the articles with the PDF files. And we looked at more than 4,000 articles. And in this particular paper, we were looking at research in the fields of organizational behavior and human resource management, which is people at work. And we found that only 1.5% of papers over a decade said anything useful to policymakers in these two areas. And we issued the warning that how many researchers do we have in the room here? So I'm sorry I'm going to make us a little uncomfortable, because I'm going to say that unless we become more relevant, nobody's going to give us any money to do the research that we want to do. And we said that, and luckily Reviewer 2, who's typically the nasty reviewer, allowed us to put that very strong language in the paper. There were some critical topics that you would think organizational behavior and human resource management would have something to say about policymaking, like succession planning, stress and well-being, in particular during COVID, leadership, labor relations. These topics were completely absent from the top journals that publish management research. So we called for a research agenda that needs to involve a dual goal of creating knowledge, but also creating knowledge that can be used for policymaking. And if you're interested in that paper, you can download it by clicking on the QR code there on the left. We were curious about this, and you know that in science there's an important theme and issue called replication. Replication means that you find the same result across methods, across samples, across settings, and that's when you start to believe that you found something that is really the way it is, that you really understand something when you find the same result across different studies. That's called replication. So we did a sort of a replication. In this case, we looked at tourism management journals. And we looked at the top 10 journals, the top 10 journals in tourism management, almost 13,000 articles, also over an entire decade. We had better technology where we're just able to scan for the word policy anywhere. And we found that many articles said policy, but they were not discussing policies or creating policies. They were just using the word. Actually, 114 papers, just about 1%, gave some advice on policymaking. I mean, you would think tourism management, you need research. You think about what happened to the tourism industry after COVID, the hospitality industry, the airline industry. How should the government act? What kinds of policies should be implemented to help these industries? And only 1% of the research is giving any kind of advice to policymakers. But there were 114 articles out of 13,000 that did include policies, and we went deeper into these policies. And what did they say? They said we need policies when there's a market failure. That's when we need some kind of policy. So we have inefficient resource allocation. That was the number one reason why researchers said we need better policies. And then there were 74 articles that said we need to improve incentives. That should be the content of the policy. And then a bunch of articles suggested plans also in terms of what the policy should look like to combine economic, legal, and informational tools. But a very minuscule number of papers dealt with policies. And here's a main entree for today, given the content of entrepreneurship. The main issue, we just published this paper literally just 3 days ago. It was published in the latest issue of the International Small Business Journal. In this particular case, we only looked at journals that publish research on entrepreneurship. And we analyzed 4,300 studies from 2010 to 2020, and found that out of 4,300 articles, only 1.4% had a paragraph or a section about policymaking. Only 60 papers, okay? So we went deep into the 60 articles, one by one. What is research doing that can help policymaking, that can help entrepreneurial activity through policymaking? We found that the papers were very rigorous from a methodological standpoint. They were very transparent in the samples, in the research protocols. So the papers were credible in the sense that the research was solid science. That we found two critical gaps that unfortunately mean that the policy advice is not very useful for policymakers. Number one, the policies were very vague. Very, very vague. And number two, they were almost impossible to implement. Too expensive, too time-consuming. So let me give you an example. In an article published in Small Business Economics, which is a very good journal in entrepreneurship, this is what the authors said. I don't want to throw them under the bus because I'm also guilty as charged. Much of our research is not really good in terms of providing advice. But this is what these authors wrote. They said, policymakers should take local economic conditions into account and design region-specific entrepreneurship policies that reduce transaction costs, promote knowledge exchange, and stimulate demand. Say what? Say what? So vague, so abstract. What can you do with that? And the other thing, interestingly, I didn't have to read the paper to issue that kind of policy advice. I could have issued that policy advice before reading the paper because it is so vague and so general. And the second problem we found with the very few papers that actually had a section devoted to policy making is that these were so impractical, so time-consuming, and they involve so much money and so many resources that even if they're really good and detailed, they're practically impossible to implement. Wishful thinking. Let me give you an example. In another article, I will not name the authors, I will not name the journal, doesn't matter, but this is what they recommended. Really great study, very solid from a scientific standpoint. Policymakers should redirect entrepreneurship policy toward high-growth, technology-intensive ventures by strengthening entrepreneurial ecosystems, financing innovation, and creating incentives for new technology development. Way too much. Way too much. Way too much. Too intensive in terms of the resources. So, great research, very transparent, solid science, but the advice is almost never there, and when it's there, it is vague and very resource intensive. So, what can we do about this so that entrepreneurship research can help improve the knowledge condition? The answer is partnerships. Partnerships between researchers and policymakers. Okay? And in this paper, which also we just published a couple of months ago in a journal called Business Horizons, we offered a model called SPARK with a C, not with a K, SPARK with a C, in which we say we have 5 phases in the research process that will culminate with useful, practical, doable, impactful suggestions for creating policies. The key aspect of this model, which we in part drew from medicine, is that it starts with policymakers and researchers working together from the very beginning of research. Many times researchers want to translate, once the research is done, what did my research do that can say something to policymakers? That's too late. It's too late. Because a translation might be really good, but if you started to study something that nobody cares about, you might want to do a great translation of your research into a language that policymakers will understand, but it will not be useful for them because that's not something they care about. So the idea is we have the planning phase and then the dissemination phase. The planning is when researchers and policymakers work together in designing a research study, starting with what is a societal challenge that we're trying to address? Why is it that we have so few women who receive large amounts of capital? What is happening? What is the problem? okay? What is the problem? 2, how can we do research, be pragmatic in the sense that the topic that we study will lead to results that will be useful, actionable advice. Then we need to create a research plan that will rely on data that we can get, on research methods that we understand. Anticipate what the result of the study will be, and do a thought experiment to see, once we do the study, will the results be useful in terms of policymaking. And collaborate with policymakers in data collection as well. That's the planning stage. And when you finish the study, how do you disseminate the research together? Not just through publications in journals that are typically behind firewalls and paywalls that policymakers cannot access, only researchers can access. So how can we create multiple publications, multiple means of communicating the policy implication through videos, through conferences, through presentations, through articles in newspapers, through social media, so that the research that was created together on an important societal issue, the research that led to useful, concrete, detailed, and implementable policies can be translated and shared with a very broad audience. So the problem is not lost in translation. That is not the problem. Because by the time researchers are done with their study, if they talk to the policymakers then, it's too late. It's too late. Because maybe you studied something very rigorously, with great methods, great theory, but not something that policymakers can do anything with. So to close, how can research in entrepreneurship help improve the human condition? We have to work with policymakers. It's a two-way street. Policymakers complain that our research is not useful. We complain that policymakers don't use our research. Why don't we get together, create a partnership so we can meet on that bridge and create a better future for the country and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Herman. Very insightful in terms of the role that research plays in terms of the life of the entrepreneur. It's very important. This is very important because when we think of research, I also want to make sure that we include the entrepreneur as well, because I don't want the researcher just to talk to policymakers. I want to make sure that the small business owner is in that loop. And what you're saying is so important because, you know, since we're talking about the World Cup, I liken research and regulation to how it would be implemented in the game of football or soccer. You know, the game is a beautiful game once the rules are clear, transparent, and predictable. That you know what a goal is, you know what a foul is, you know what out of bounds is. But if the rules aren't clear, then and if the referee is always involved, then the game is choppy. And so that's where the researcher and that's where the policymaker and that's where the athlete needs to get together and say, hey, you know, I know in theory this makes sense, but for practicality, this is not good for the game. And the same thing as in the business world. Yeah, I know your research and I know that the policymaker wants to do this, but I cannot interact with my customer. I cannot work with the bank. I mean, these rules are preventing me from being at my best. And so that's why we left you to be the last to really hit home in terms of that bridge, that bridge is not as connected as it should be. And that's where, you know, for the next part of this discussion, I want to explore in terms of, and I'll start with Stephen, in terms of what are some of the best practices you've seen in terms of where policymakers You know, especially when you think of the coalition, you put things into place. You mentioned that when elephants fight, it's the community, it's the ground that suffers. Why are these elephants fighting? First of all, and what can the community do?
That's a great question. And I don't know if anyone has ever really asked me why the elephants are fighting. I think we could all contribute to that conversation. But to your point about what makes it best, I think my colleagues each addressed it as well. You know, closest to the problem, closest to the solution. And so I appreciate what you're saying about making research practical and maybe less expensive as well. I use researchers a lot, so I know. And I loved how you framed the women and the need to better understand them so that they can benefit from the services. But we're doing something really cool right now. In cities all across America, every 25 years, we do a comprehensive plan. We have to do this comp plan in order to get federal funding from agencies. And then every 5 years, you do an update to the plan. And so you really fed into one of the things I'm excited about. I have to give my staff credit. But we're doing something called From Porch to Policy. And we're literally getting residents to call their neighbors to their front porch and talk about the critical issues that the community is facing and what their needs are. Some of the right people won't go downtown to a meeting, or they won't go to other places, but they'll go to their neighbor's front porch. And so we're doing this really cool thing called Porch to Policy. We are literally getting right to the consumer level. But to put it on a business level, I would say that the same dynamic is in play. We really have to listen to our businesses about their journey and the things that they're facing. I think that goes up to influence researchers and policymakers and service providers and interveners. I'm astounded what we have learned. We're a policy organization. We were founded to do budget advocacy and policy. We do this other work as we've evolved over the years, but our primary charge is policy and advocacy. And it sounds amazingly simple to just talk to the people who are being impacted by decisions of others, whether it's banks and how they lend or legislators and how they pass laws and regulations. I just think talking to consumers, talking to the people to inform all of the work we do is just something essential, and you would think it's obvious, but it's often overlooked.
Just one thing I want to add to that in terms of women entrepreneurs is one of my frustrations is I feel like the actual information about women entrepreneurs is so limited, particularly when we start looking at businesses that are of scale, where there's information on women, there's research, and there's a lot of demographic information, you know, how many women-owned businesses, all the numbers. But when we actually look at why are some women-owned businesses growing and scaling and why are some not, what are the reasons behind that? And we just don't really have that information. And so I think there's a real opportunity, whether we're looking at minorities, women, any other community that isn't growing and scaling at the same rate, what is behind that? Because I think one of the reasons we always talk about access to capital is those are the numbers we have. We know that information, like you said, 2% of venture capital. These are numbers we all know. But what is deeper than that, and why are women and people of color, what is really getting in the way of these businesses scaling in a very significant way?
Just to build on that, Dr. Gwyneth, in terms of research, how do you get access to some of the cutting edge research? Because there is sometimes a latency in terms of what's happening and what we know. And like Camille said, some of this research is private research. The government every year does a census, right? I mean, every 10 years they do a major census. And it takes a while for that information to filter out. But by that time, there's that lag, there's a latency. How can we shorten that time or get access to private data so that we understand what's going on so that we can feed back to the policymakers?
Thank you. That's a great question, and I would go back to the issue of partnerships. And I have met many times, we have consultants here, right? I talked to several consultants, and they do have access to data right away. And I would say, in terms of building partnerships, some of the consultants take your local professor out for lunch and just chat about what are some of the challenges you're facing as a consultant or a policymaker, and just pick the brain of this researcher in terms of what kind of data would you need to be able to answer my questions, my challenges. And these are the data that I have now. Would that be enough or not? Because they will be able to tell you what data is needed, are needed for research, but they will not be able to tell you what your challenges are. You know your challenges as a practitioner. The researcher knows the data that are needed to answer those questions and challenges. But let me just say, one other thing that is a fundamental difference between practitioners and researchers, which is one of the reasons for the divide, the gap. The practitioners are usually trying to solve a very immediate, local problem. In my company, perhaps in my industry, perhaps in my state, perhaps in my county, perhaps in my neighborhood. That is the question, the challenge that practitioners are facing. Researchers are not very interested, for the most part, in those very localized issues. They want to create theories that improve our general understanding of phenomena. So that's why research is more long-term, it generalizes more, it's more abstract, but often less useful when applicable to a specific situation, because a specific situation always depends on these 5 or 6 things are not part of the model. So we need to, again, through the partnership, talk about how can I, as a researcher, how can I publish my paper? Because you have to remember the incentive system for professors is to publish. If you don't publish a paper, you don't get the goodies, so you have to publish. But how can you get access to data from practitioners that can allow you to publish and at the same time help the practitioners solve their local contemporary problem?
And I just want to add, I really appreciate the conversation around data. The other thing that data does from an advocacy in a community, it allows you to control the narrative of that which you are trying to advance. And I'll say this at the community level. So often, we are not equipping ourselves with data in the way that we need. What we've learned, when I took over the coalition, I would describe us as an aspirational, non-data driven, and somewhat undisciplined advocacy organization. We asked for numbers. We go to the council and ask for 100 million in this. And what we've done over time is become more data focused. So for example, if we go ask for 100 million, for example, for our housing fund, I go on with how many projects are shovel ready and could actually use that 100 million as compared to saying we just want 100 million. Camille, I'm envisioning the way you describe what we don't know about women's business. My mind was turning as you said to say, "Ooh, when she gets the data on that, it's gonna upgrade her ability to influence systems and decision makers and so forth." Controlling the narrative through data, particularly as it relates to advocacy, is just so very important.
You know, and I would add also, what we're discussing here is that we're discussing that there's a gap. And for those of you who are innovators this is a solution. I mean, there is a solution out there, and could be your business. That could be your opportunity. So when you're listening to what some of the challenges we are discussing here, think about how you can solve some of these challenges to improve the human condition. And that's your enterprise, that's your business, that's your way that you can contribute as well. And so SMEs are at the heart of solving the human condition. And so these challenges we are facing are things that we need to address. And so, so we have some time, and I wanted to open the discussion up. I don't want to be the only one to just benefit from these great thought leaders here. I want to be able to hear from you, but I want you to state your name, and I want you to ask a question, not a statement, because they'll make the statements. So, so I'll begin to walk around. I'll put on my I guess that there's someone here. So just please raise your hand, and like I said, please state your name and your organization, and you can ask a question.
Thank you. My name is Tom Domboka. I'm from the UK. I work for Birmingham City University in the United Kingdom. My question is in relation to how we as academics, how we connect with businesses for them to be able to make use of the policies that we have. Because what I want to think or suspect is there's that bit of disconnect between what researchers research and publish and what businesses know about that research, and being able to and for them to be able to make use of that research. For instance, we had a breakfast, at one point, we had a breakfast networking event with businesses, over 100 businesses in the room. And then I asked the question, how many of you read an academic journal? Not even one put their hand up. So how then are we expecting, even if there is policy issues that are contained within those journals, how then do we disseminate, to an ordinary person using an ordinary language that they would understand in terms of policy, is my question.
You made two fabulous decisions. Number one, you escaped the heat in the UK. And number two, you came to the right place. Because when I asked how many researchers we have in the audience, less than a third raised their hands. So talking to them, chatting with them, asking about their challenges, sharing what you know about how to deal with their challenges. This is really key, and we live in different worlds. We have different incentive systems. The conferences I go to, for example, Kin-chan, I mentioned that I was president of the Academy of Management. That is the largest association of management professors in the world, 22,000 professors from 150 countries, 27 divisions, 9 journals. But when you go to the Academy of Management conference, which will be in Philadelphia, you have about 12,000 people. Maybe 200 are not professors. Everyone is an academic. So we talk to each other, we read each other's papers, we talk to each other about our research, we present to each other. It's a very incestuous closed loop. So we need to expand out, and actually that's one of the reasons I came to DC before I was at Indiana University, because I thought if I'm in DC, I will be able to influence policy better. I think I was a little naive in that regard, but I'm making strides. But I think you're in the right place. You just have to not give up, and you have to reach out to practitioners. That's it.
I'll go after you.
One thing I'll say, and I don't know what the solution is, but I can promise you entrepreneurs do not have the time to read research papers. They are not reading research journals. Entrepreneurs barely have the time to sleep. So I do agree that we have to figure out a way to create easy communication between the communities so that if we want the individuals on the ground, if we want the business owners to be involved in this, we have to figure out how to create a space where those kind of conversations can happen, because I can promise you it's just when you're running a company, you're so busy, you've got so many things going on at any given time, sitting down and reading research, unless that's your field, is going to be extremely challenging.
Quick, Ayman, research briefs, 2-3-minute videos, or short paragraphs that they get blasted to the whole entrepreneurship community. You might be doing it already, but research briefs, I think that would be what you're talking about, Camille, something like that.
We always, on my team, my colleague Kirsten's back there, she does a lot of the communications. It's like, even the emails we send are bullets, very few words. I mean, business owners are busy, busy people. So yes, I love that idea.
And I would just piggyback on that and say, I agree. Business owners they not only not reading research, they struggle to go to meetings where they can learn. But I do think that speaks to the role of organizations like ours, which are intermediaries, because I do have the capacity to engage and interpret research on behalf of business owners. But to go back to your original thing, part of it is just being in genuine relationship. So one of the things I've observed is that sometimes we are in relationship to obtain a goal rather than having relationship be the goal. And more comes out of our engagement when relationship is the actual goal versus the mechanism by which we achieve the goal. I do think that what Camille and the professor have said is absolutely true, that we need a model of efficiency to disseminate information, practical information to entrepreneurs. I do think the role of intermediary organizations I don't think it closes the entire gap, but I think it can be an additional platform to help.
You know, and let me add, when I was in government at the SBA, I had a team that reviewed all the new rules and regulations that were being proposed. And I would often say, you know, that the small business owner, when he or she wakes up, they do not turn to the regulatory agenda to see what rules were passed last night. That's not something that you do. That's not something that you sit around the coffee table and say, hey, you know, I saw this really great rule. But once again, back to the soccer analogy, those rules will impact your business. That if you're not familiar with a new rule that has been passed, it's going to affect whether or not you could sell certain products, how you operate, how you function. And so that's why we need, just like this room today, to be an entrepreneur, you have to make the decision as to whether you're going to forego today making money in your establishment to come here, because it's a choice that you got to make. But I hope that you made the choice because in the long run, you think that this is going to benefit you by being able to network, by being able to come away with the information that will help to elevate your business even more. But this is the type of discussion. How do we bridge the gap? And I see that there's a question from Dr. Terabishi.
I have a question here, and I think I'm going to focus on the future here because we've been talking about a lot of things, but AI is changing a lot of things. And you might not be able to read the whole 40-page research paper, but you can put it in an AI and ask it questions, and it gives you some answers. And you wanted data, you can use AI to produce the data for you. And for women CEOs, when they don't have time, AI can be a lifesaver for them because it can summarize, organize, and actually help you write the emails or the briefs or the reports that you can come in more prepared. How do you see AI in every respect of the coalition, research, and as a CEO, how do you see AI shaping the future? Thank you.
So I think it is shaping the future. I think it's already impacting. Some of my housing developers are using AI now for architectural renderings for some of their new project developments. I think there's going to be tiered evolution, not just for AI, but also safeguards against AI. And I think it's going to need to be robust across the continuum of our existence, of our engagements. And I'll give you a really quick practical example. I'm on the board of Axion. Axion is a global lending company. They do a lot of the, not your millionaire clients, but they do a lot of women's microenterprise lending. And we were in New York, and we were at a bank's headquarters, and we were in their AI simulation room. And we went through an exercise of preparing a loan and feeding it into their AI system, and the AI system denied the loan. And every lender in that room said, I would have given that loan. And so I think it's going to impact everything. I mean, I see AI existing in human resources within the nonprofit sector. So if it's in the nonprofit sector, we know it's in the corporate sector because they're more advanced. So I think it's going to be part of our future. This is my concern from the sector I represent. Whenever there's a societal shift, generally it's the people that I represent that are the last to be informed, the last to be resourced, the last to be compliant, and the last to be benefiting from this. And so I'm applying for AI grant after AI grant just to get resources so I can equip my organization to support the sector. I think right now it is obvious. It is obvious, but it is also uncertain as to how many places it lands within the work that we do. And I'm just concerned that our sector is going to have to just play catch up compared to other industries.
Yeah, I would also add too that when you think of AI, I think of AI not as artificial intelligence, but AI on one side, augmented intelligence. That means tools are used to help humans, right? That's the augmentation. And then on the other side is the agentic side. That is what's mostly scary to people. That's the autonomous. So when you think of AI, don't just think about it of artificial. Think of augmentation, where tools have always been used to help us. But also, like I said, think about what will these agents do, where, as Steve said, where they're going to do the loans from end-to-end processing where there's no human involvement. There needs to be human involvement, because if you let the machines do all the work, then that means you lose control. And that's where the researchers come in, to really need to explain in layman's terms what these mean. Because right now there's a lot of information out there that's scaring the public, and that's not a good thing.
We've been doing research on AI for a good 2-3 years now. And I walked the talk because Stephen said, "Oh, I like your slides." I made them with AI. Because if I had created them in the usual way where I have bullet points with text, I lose half of you. If I went to the academic management conference, I would have numbers and tables and graphs. But this is a different audience. But the basic difference between computers, the internet, industrial revolution, and AI is that AI is not just allowing us to do things faster and better and more efficiently. AI is allowing us to do things that we didn't even think of doing before AI. In the Industrial Revolution, the machine allows us to do the same thing faster in a standardized way. With the internet, you can do a search, the search that you've been thinking about, you do that search. But with AI, you can ask AI to tell you, what else should I do that I didn't think about? What business, what markets could I tap into that I haven't thought about? What business models could I use that I haven't thought about? What supply chains can I rely on? What vendors what processes that I do not implement now could I possibly? So it's not just help me make my process faster and cheaper, but help me think about completely new ideas, products, markets, processes, systems. So it's a very different way of operating, and we have a responsibility as a business school, and we're doing that, to teach the entrepreneurs of the future to use AI as a partner, as a business partner. That is, the partner, you have a partner, but you also oversee what the partner is doing. You don't let the partner do whatever they want to do. It's always close, you keep a close eye on it, on it, because it's AI. So I think we have a phenomenal opportunity and responsibility to keep the human in the center of the process. And this idea of human-centered entrepreneurship, human-centered AI. Okay, we are in the driver's seat. AI is coming along, but we have to drive the process, because we have the ethical standards that AI does not.
What we're seeing in our community is our women are just hungry to your point, to understand more how they can use AI as a thought partner, as opposed to, yes, there's a lot of efficiency reasons why they would use it. I think to your point, Winslow, about what you were talking about with the SBA, there's an organization, Women Impacting Public Policy. You probably know Angela. Right now, Angela spends half her life reading, so that she can make sure she's updating her community on the policy that's going to be impacting their businesses, and make sure she's doing it accurately. I think that there's a lot of ways in which AI is going to be able to solve that problem you were talking about from the SBA perspective of how do we make sure business owners know everything they need to know. But to Stephen's point, it's making sure that we're educating the communities that need to be educated, and educating them in the right way to use the tools as a thought partner and use them really effectively, and not just as kind of a quick fix, because there's a lot of noise as well. And how do we weed through that, I think is an interesting conversation for the entrepreneurial community to think about, is how do they use it effectively and weed through all of the craziness.
I will say, I recently wrote a white paper. An issue that I have been on a rampage about is the mislabeling of assets as wealth. And so I wrote a white paper called Assets Are Not Wealth. This is a side channel thing, but after we became aware of the racial wealth gap in this country, there should have been urgency, but there turned out to be panic. So we started calling everything wealth building. Financial education is not wealth building. It's great for asset development and asset protection. Anyway, I took the white paper and fed it into AI to create a podcast. And the podcast was so much better than my white paper. I have to tell you. I mean, it just took the paper and turned it into two people talking, and it went even deeper on some points than I did. And so I think, to your point, how do we get it to be a useful tool? It's definitely coming. And I also took this note. I will be competing with people for numbers of things who are going to be very adept at AI. And just to stay relevant and to stay competitive, I'm going to have to get up to speed on it and help my members do as well.
Is there another question? I see, is that Matthew? Yes. I don't know. And then Salvatore.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Matthew. I'm a student here. I'm also doing research on policy and entrepreneurship, and I'm also working on my own small business. So, Mr. Aguinas, Professor, your presentation really spoke to me. So I am working with informal entrepreneurs as well. As you mentioned, Winslow, you mentioned that the majority of businesses in the world are informal, and I did mention it in my UN speech that that is true. So I just wanted to ask Professor Aguinas, like, how would you think these informal entrepreneurs who are not registered by the government, how they would fit into policy research nexus? And also, I just wanted to share, like, what do you think about, like, in addition to, because like a lot of the presentations that researchers there was one presentation from a researcher who mentioned, like, providing microfinance to informal entrepreneurs could be a policy objective. And one of the, like, my question to him was, what about communities of practice, bringing these entrepreneurs together, those who have the similar expertise together in forums, and like supporting the vocational programs that governments already have as a means of, a policy means, a very specific policy means of supporting informal or even formal entrepreneurs in expanding or improving their businesses. So that was my...
Thank you, Matthew, and you're a very, very busy man. I'd like to say that I love my job. Don't tell the dean that I'll do this for free, but don't tell her about that. But I love my job, and the reason I love it is that we have the freedom to do research on anything we want. And we also have the freedom to say, I don't know. And I'm going to do some research on that. And you asked some really critical questions, and I'm thinking about that. And the answer is, I don't know. The answer is, I don't know. You really asked some great questions. And I think that to answer that, we can use a SPARK model. SPARK model to create a study that starts with a conversation, including the entrepreneurs. Of course, they have to be part of that, with the policymakers and the researchers, a three-way conversation on how to deal with the informal entrepreneurship activities, and how can we create policies that can help that sector, because it is hugely important. We don't even know how big it is, but we know it's big. In some countries, I'm originally from Argentina, in some countries it's 80% of the economy, not 10% of the economy. So I think, Matthew, it's a great idea, and let's talk about this over lunch or later, because I think there's great potential to implement the Spark model to deal with that issue in particular. Thank you for your great question. Thank you.
Okay. I believe Salvatore. Right?
Okay, Salvatore Zecchini, researcher and policy consultant. I think Professor Aghini's presentation is quite an interesting presentation, but it's, in my opinion, one-sided. That is to say, the side of academics and researchers. I published a couple of articles on the Small Business Journal that were addressed to specific policy measures. And I am right now a consultant on policies at the OECD. I don't know whether Professor Aghinis went through all the publications of the OECD, because there he could have found how research outcomes are applied to policy making. For instance, I launched within the OECD a process of policy evaluation based on the idea that there is a way to know more about policy measures ex ante, in itinere, and ex post. Now, the problem of creating that bridge has to do with the trust. Ministers don't trust the researchers just because they publish. They trust the researchers if they are part of the inner group of policy making, where the minister makes explicit the policy objectives, which are not always oriented to maximum efficiency and effectiveness, but quite often reflect interest groups' interests. That is to say, he has to preserve certain interests and aim at the same time for the good of the country he is governing. So that kind of process that you presented is quite interesting, but it's just a theory, not a reality, because ministers use that process quite enough. And I, for one, I've been involved for decades in these processes. And at the end of the day, you can come up with a perfect answer that is rejected by the minister on a number of grounds that you don't know ex ante, but you know talking directly. Thank you. By the way, a footnote. Those research papers are not written for policymakers, are written for the academia. In other words, they serve the principle publish or perish. This tells you a lot about the motivation of doing research.
Was there a question there?
Okay.
Is there a question?
No. Okay.
No question? Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Salvatore. Next question, right?
I'm Martin Ekumu. I'm a physician by trade. I'm also in academia and public health. I also run a business called Donald's Hope Global. I'm here to create the awareness that research is being considered as a vaccine to give financial immunity to organization. So that's how it's being perceived. I'm in South Texas, McAllen, closest to the border, and people have a tendency of thinking that in order for you to protect yourself, to get that financial immunity that I'm stressing, you definitely need to have a research to validate what you have in terms of need. And that's it.
Okay, what is the question? I'm sorry.
The question is that how to avoid that type of thinking, because research is very important.
Okay.
It shows that I'm doing this in order to do this. But when it becomes that someone else is gaining, why should I enable that for someone to? That's why we're having problem with the community health promoters. They don't want to participate anymore in research because when the researcher give the information to businesses, the businesses receive money, and that's it.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. I'm going to ask Stephen.
I was just
Yeah.
going to, and I'm going to, it's going to sound like I'm making light of it. I'm not. There's a serious element to it. But research, and I'll say this as someone who has to navigate political and policy landscapes, research is like the Bible in many ways. My brother, when he wants to borrow money, will use the quote in the Bible, ask and thou shalt receive. And to counter him, I have to go, but if you go to theologians, it says honor thy debtors. So, if you borrow money, you give it back. And I use this lighthearted analogy, but there's a serious element to it, which is that there is data and research available to support or oppose any position of anyone doing anything, largely. I mean, it's not entirely universal. And so part of the way I look at it from the community's point of view is that we have to increase our capacity to understand research, to access research and data, but also to guide and direct it. Our organization, we do research two ways. People ask us to do research. The mayor will ask us to do research. The city council will ask us to do research. That falls more in line, sir, with the way you described it. But we initiate our own research as well. So when we think we need it, and so it's a little bit of give and take. Sometimes you go into it, and even if someone engages you in initiating research, it doesn't mean that you can't design the experience to get either accurate data or data that is in support of your position. I do agree that it can be a minefield.
Okay. Dr. Iman Terbush, did you have something? Okay. Well, there's one more question. Let's have one more question. And it's a question, right? Not a statement. Okay. Please introduce yourself. Please raise your hand.
Thank you very much. I'm Sunday Adebisi. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship from the University of Lagos, and I equally lead the University of Lagos Business School. I'm the executive director. Thank you very much, Professor Aguinis. That was a very good presentation that shows us a lot of things. There are two concerns. One is a question to editors and to you, because I know you part of the people that review journals, on how to solve this value of debt that you've shown to us. What is the question? What stops most of the editors, rather than giving the generic guidelines for submission of journals, to equally hard to hit for your journal to be published? Policy implication will be very important for us to know, to check. I believe that may guide the author. Is anything wrong in that? I mean, there are some editors in the house, and especially in some of our journals of entrepreneurship, so that if that is there, do you think it's going to help the mindset of the authors to make sure that in the conceptualization of those research topics, or interest, they're going to look at how it's going to affect policy. Secondly, which is a comment, and that's an experience that I've done for professors too. I did that in Nigeria, and today the Minister of Education has taken it up. And that is piloting whatever we're talking about in education in the university, within the university ecosystem. University is like a country, it's like a state. It has the CEO and all the functionaries, within the university system. When you are thinking of what you want the government to implement, try to demonstrate it. I ran a project that I want to use to intervene in the country and in Africa for 7 years before the Minister of Education understood what I was saying. And I was working with the industry to get it funded, get VC from the industry to put in money to those students. The students were reading, and at the same time they were starting campus entrepreneurship, campus enterprises. And by the time the government of Nigeria saw it, they decided to test it. And it's one of the things I'm presenting here. And today, it's almost taking over in the nation. So what I'm saying in essence is that if you pilot in the university, it may work. And can editor do what I've asked? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yeah, that suggestion that journal articles include a section with policy implications is actually one of the sections in our latest paper. We recommended that, but we don't want to be naive. The CEO of Avon many years ago, he said, people don't do what you ask them to do, they do what you reward them for doing. So if authors will not be rewarded for including that section, they're not going to include it. If editors are going to not be rewarded for having more policy content in their journals, they're not going to do it. So I'll throw it back at the policymakers and consultants and practitioners. Would you be willing to reward a journal, or would you be willing to reward researchers or articles that create policy information that you find useful? Would you be able to work with researchers in creating these research projects, not just giving them the money so they do it together. Do it together. Would you be willing to implement this Spark model? I'm from Argentina originally. I can tell you, it is really true that it takes two to tango.
Well, thank you, Dr. Aguinis, and it's a good way for us to wrap up this panel. But before I do, I want to give each of the panelists a chance for closing remarks about MSME's present, past, present, and future. Emile?
Just want to say I really enjoyed this conversation, and it's helpful from the perspective of working with the entrepreneurial community to hear the perspective of the researchers and think about how we can tie policy research and the actual practitioners, the people on the ground, together in a more effective way so that we can make sure that policy is moving in a direction that is actually directly impacting the business owners. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed this conversation.
I would say it is really wonderful to see so many people interested in doing the same thing. We're all trying to improve the human condition through our practice, through our community engagement, through our teaching, through our research, through our funding, through our leadership. So I think great things happen when you put together people who are good and who want to do good and also do well. So thank you very much for coming here today.
And I just want to say what an honor it is to share this stage with Camille and Herman. I appreciate the opportunity. I would say this, we always tout that small businesses are the economic engine that fuels our country, our economy. We always say more people get hired by small businesses, they contribute to local economies. What I hope for the future is that we will see the societal will to support small businesses comparable to the level that we tout them.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you. And in closing, I want to recognize members of the ICSB board and those who have helped to shape us and to bring us. Of course, Dr. Keyshawn Kim, Dr. Ayman El-Tarabishi, Dr. Rico Baldegar, Analia Pastron, Ambassador, just wave your hands, Ambassador Moritan, Jeff Alves, I saw Norris, of course, Sky as well. Am I missing anyone? Those of you who are part of ICSB and who've been instrumental, where's Tammy? I guess she's in the back. But really appreciate, the members of this panel. We had a great discussion. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to take a picture just to memorialize this group, and then we'll break before the next session. Let's give a big round of applause for the speakers.
If you are not a part of this photo op, you are welcome to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back to start the second session promptly before 11:30. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We will resume the program in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to session 2 of the morning, the Women CEOs Global Lens. We have some faces have changed in the room. We have new faces, so it is my pleasure to once again introduce Camille Burns, who is serving as moderator for this session. Camille Burns is Chief Executive Officer of the Women Presidents Organization, a global network connecting women business leaders who lead multi-million-dollar enterprises. Under her leadership, WPO has expanded its international reach and impact, empowering women entrepreneurs through peer learning, leadership development, and strategic growth opportunities. She is a leading advocate for women-owned businesses and inclusive economic development, and I will welcome her to the stage to introduce our panelists.
Hey, hello again. I am very excited. I know you've all heard plenty from me at this point, so I'm very excited. We have an incredible group of speakers who we're going to have a conversation with about entrepreneurship from a number of different angles and look at that a little bit from the women's lens, but I think the conversation is going to be a lot bigger and broader than just for women. So I spoke earlier about the past, present, and future of women's entrepreneurship, and now I think we're going to focus a little bit more on today and tomorrow in this conversation. So if I could ask the panelists to come up here, I will start with, first we've got Dr. Lisa Delpy-Narodi, and she is a professor of sports management here at GW. So we're going to have a conversation about women in sports, which I think is a very, very interesting topic. Emily Cho, who's the president and CMO of Hanjin Co. Limited. And I know you heard earlier that her grandfather started Korean Air, and now she, as we talk about multi-generational family businesses, is in the helm there. We've got Dr. Mary Schreiber Swenson, who is a longtime entrepreneur. She's also a member of our organization, the Women Presidents Organization, and she is now the president of World Trade Center Delaware. So some very interesting perspectives on trade. And lastly, Dr. Rico Baldegger, who is a professor of entrepreneurship and innovation. So I'm really excited to have this conversation. I'm going to sit down. So I'd love to start briefly, because you all can introduce yourselves better than I can. If I could ask you just for a couple-minute introduction, a little bit about who you are and your little of your story and what you're doing today. So Dr. Mary, why don't we start with you?
Wonderful. Well, thank you. And my name is Dr. Mary Swenson, and I have always been an entrepreneur from a very young age with my lemonade stands and setting everything up. I then started a healthcare company, which I grew to 55 locations, IPO'd in less than 7 years, and I was the franchisor, so I started a franchise model. And then I retired, but the universe calls you back. So then I started a medical tourism travel for treatment business in which I worked with Fortune 500 companies looking at the self-funded model. And I negotiated pricing all over the world for centers of excellence in Thailand, Vietnam, Australia, all throughout the United States for the highest quality of care. Then COVID hit, and I pivoted, and I created one of the first dental models for negotiating pricing, the Amazon of dentistry, writing legislation, and going from there. I then sold the company and retired for 4 hours and got a call, and they said, we need you to look at the World Trade Center and take some of that experience and bring it into trade. So here I am today, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Emily?
Hi, my name is Emily Cho. I am president of Hanjin Logistics, which is the founding company of Hanjin Group. So we were established in 1945 by my grandfather. We were 80 years last year. And in 1969, we took over the Korean national carrier, which is today Korean Air. It was a great honor for me to be here today. Well, if you have heard previously Professor Dr. Kim's very outlandish introduction of me, I'm very humbled, but I'm probably, there's so many more amazing women CEOs in Korea, both family, business, and entrepreneurs. So I'm very honored to be the least talented representation of them. So it's a great honor to be here today. Thank you.
And Lisa?
Well, I'm honored to be on this panel and to represent World Cup. I'm a, ole, 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 that's what we're gonna do. I'm 35 years here at GW, and I consider myself both an entrepreneur and an entrepreneur. So over the 35 years, we've created 4 different masters and, well, undergrad, 2 masters, an executive MBA for athletes, and then currently a certificate in sport philanthropy. So each one of those, started from scratch, and you had to build it and design it. And then also throughout my years, I've been an entrepreneur in terms of starting 2 conferences and a nail business, a solid nail covering business. So I've had a lot of experience in entrepreneurship, and now my focus is looking at women in sports and the growth of that and the investment that's going into women in sports.
Fantastic. And Rico?
Yeah, good morning. I'm representing Europe, this morning after yesterday evening, I think quite a challenge, losing Germany and Netherlands. Hopefully I can, let's say, do a next step for it. I'm between Europe and the US. In Europe, I'm involved in Polytechnic Milano, and I'm president of a sustainability foundation. And I lead it before several years, a global entrepreneurship monitor in Switzerland. And at the moment, even I'm a professor at Suffolk University in Boston.
Thank you. So, Emily, my first question is for you. You've grown up into leadership within a multi-generational family business, as you've mentioned. How do you think being a woman has shaped your leadership journey? And what changes are you seeing for women leaders, whether it's around the world or in Asia in particular, of family-owned businesses?
You talked in the previous session how, up till even the 90s, it was not very accepted in society. We kept it secret, but it was probably harder for women to succeed in the business field. Luckily, when I started my first job, it had changed and not changed at the same time. But just a little anecdote. So my brother is the oldest son of the oldest son. So my dad is the first son, and my brother is the oldest son. So my grandfather would always, my brother was always the favorite in formality. But I think I was his favorite granddaughter as well. So anyways, it was always assumed that it was my brother that would take over the company. But then at the same time, my father, he gave all of us, I think, so basically what happened, an anecdote, in middle school, I told my dad, our advertising sucks. Like, we can do so much better. And he actually laughed and said, okay, I'll wait for you to grow up and you can change your advertising. And that's basically what I did. And he basically, looking back, he was the one that shaped what I should major in college. So I did communication at USC. I was in Annenberg, and and I wanted to make my own advertising company. And he's like, you should go to a big advertising company first, learn the basics, and then make your own company. And he was actually guiding me to become the marketing person that I am today. And when I entered the company, my sister and brother were already working. So my sister was focusing on hotel management and catering. So she did all the catering for Korean Air. My brother was in cargo and the marketing, the passenger sales. And I was doing communication. So he basically groomed us. Like he made us each have our own specialty. So when we enter, whether it's the family business or whatever area, we can be professionals as well as an owner of the company at the same time. And I think that was his emphasis to us, like his gift to us basically as his children, that he wanted us to be professionals at the same time stakeholders in the company that we were leading. So now I'm in charge of Hanjin Logistics. And before, like 10 years ago, logistics business, you didn't need marketing. It was basically a B2B industry. It still is, but thanks to e-commerce and thanks to the internet and thanks to content creators and influencers, logistics have moved beyond B2B and they actually need marketing. So I am very happy to use my expertise in B2C marketing and put it into the logistics area. So I think that's what just makes working in the field. So what I want to say is it doesn't matter if I'm a woman or not. You just have to be a professional in your field and you will get recognized for what you do best.
I love that. We see that so often with family-owned businesses that, they send their children off to learn from other people before bringing them into the business, and I love that. That's also really interesting about marketing and logistics. I had not thought about that. Mary, I want to jump to you because we're talking a little bit about global business here, and you've obviously been a very successful entrepreneur, and I know a longtime advocate for women business owners. As more women-owned businesses are expanding globally, what opportunities do you see, and what challenges do you think still hold them back?
That is a great question. And as an entrepreneur, you're kind of in your own bubble and you're in your survival mode and you're raising monies and you're building your business. And, I was raising 3 children. And then when I transitioned into a trade model and in a trade position, I started to do a lot of research. And I found that the trade industry is at $34.7 trillion, with only 15% women in that market. They only have 15% of the contracts. So then I started to really look at this and feel a social responsibility for not only the opportunities in this, but also the challenges. So if we close this gender gap, that is $12 trillion to the global GDP through involving women in trade. This is not a little feel-good women project, woohoo. This is one of the largest global opportunities. So we have a responsibility for this. So not only is it a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. And I just spoke at the World Trade Center Association, and I did which I'm going to do the same here today, is a call to action. No one is coming to save us, women in trade. We have got to rally the troops, and we have got to look at this opportunity for us and move forward.
I love that. I love that. So, Lisa, sports, which I think is another industry where I'm seeing more and more women getting involved in sports, purchasing sports teams, and all of that. And obviously sports has historically been a very male-dominated field. And I feel like even just in the last 5 years, the kind of excitement around women in sports has really grown. Where do you think the greatest progress has been for women in sports leadership? And what barriers there do you see still remaining?
As more and more women's dedicated sports leagues have initiated through entrepreneurship, there's a lot of investment money going into all of these new teams and leagues. So Unrivaled, volleyball, League One volleyball, Love Volleyball. All of these are initiated, founded by women with outside investment. So $35 million for Unrivaled. There's another, it's called Leveling or Project Level, and it has $1 billion investment, and it's investing in like the Denver Football Club and some other leagues. So you're seeing this growth and interest by not only women, but private investment companies. And it's also hitting the youth market. So there's a lot of women who have started, smaller, nonprofit, sports-focused soccer clubs, volleyball clubs, and now venture capital is coming, knocking on their door, looking to take them over. So we're trying to educate them on don't just give it away. There's a value in what you've built. And so that's something that I've been working on.
Interesting. So a lot of opportunities in trade, a lot of opportunities in sports. And Rico, you've been studying entrepreneurship and innovation, I don't know for how many years. Are there trends that you're seeing that you think right now could have the greatest impact on entrepreneurs? And do you think that women are uniquely positioned in any way to capitalize on any of the trends that you're seeing?
I think so clearly we know the trends, in digital transformation, in purpose-driven business models, and sustainability. And for me, it's clearly women are have a well position in this way. On one hand, about, let's say, the collaboration skills, what we see, we know about research, they are stronger in building, let's say, network intensively. So there's clearly a good starting point in the future for, let's say, women entrepreneurs. The second part is really in relation to, let's say, combine multitasking, to have different tasks, And why I'm saying it, it's not only based only on research, it's, based on my personal life. Let's say, before academia, let's say I have the passion for woman entrepreneur. Why? Let's say my mom was a fashion entrepreneur. She, let's say, with 7 kids. I was number 7, number 7. So I was in the front row to see what you have to do. And what I discovered, really her multitasking, resourcefulness, and really human connection. I think it's really an asset. I always rely to women entrepreneurs in this way. So typically, the combination digital transformation and human skills, I think that is a great set even for the future. And even we try to give to the students to see, hey, you have to have both, not only a technical driven guy, and with social media capabilities, you have new opportunities. What was not the goal, let's say, a topic 10 years ago. So I think I'm seeing more positive. I seem really positive. Even some data are negative, Some data are negative. That's obvious. But we have to see the trend. And the trend is positive. You can see it, let's say, reports from OECD, International Financial Corporation, even financial reports. So overall trend is positive, and I think that must be the starting point.
Very interesting. So let me throw that out to everybody else on the panel. Do you think that women's leadership style or things that women can bring to the table is a competitive advantage in any way in the current business environment and what you're seeing for the future? I don't know if any of you want to start?
I'd like to highlight Michelle Kang, originally from Seoul, Korea, but she came here, studied entrepreneur, started a medical technology company, sold that, and has invested in 4 different football clubs. The Washington Spirit right here, and NWSL, and then London and Paris, and then she's also investing in women's health. So she started a medical fund because only 6% of all sport research is on female athletes. And so, and 70% of them say they are affected by the menstrual cycle, but nobody studied that. So she's really listened to what her athletes need and has supported them by investing in different companies doing research on that. The other thing is, and so she's a leader and has sparked other people to say, well, if she's investing in this and she's a very smart business person, I'm going to start investing in this too. She's also invested in a shoe and cleat company focused primarily just on women. And when I first started at GW in 1991, I became friends with one of the first female entrepreneurs who started her own company, and she invented the sports bra. So in 1972, Title IX, more women started playing sports, and they needed support. So she
literally
saw the need. She created it. It then was sold to Russell Sports, and then now it's part of Brooks Running. So I always think of her as this leader who saw a need, started sewing it in her kitchen, and made a business out of it.
That's amazing. It's so funny. I recently met a former Olympian who's working on a whole new style of sports bra because she feels like that, what's out there is lacking in certain ways, or at least for her sport. I don't know, Mary or Emily, if you have anything to add.
Well, I studied women's leadership and I watched women leaders because we want to emulate that as young children. And this is a great lesson for all the students in the room. Really study the leaders that you want to become and watch them. And what I noticed about the women leaders were they were situational and results driven in regard to they had the ability to walk into a room, assess the room, know when to back off, when to step in, when there were times that you have to micromanage because we're running a healthcare organization and we have different areas that we have to look at. But I also noticed in our female leaders the high emotional intelligence, EI, that we bring and what an asset it is. So we need to really embrace that. We need to look at it, but we need to find our style and that's where I had to do that too as I studied and became. So I think it's really important, but I absolutely think women have a competitive advantage because we problem solve very differently.
I just want to add to that. I was saying, so the 3rd generation women CEOs, especially in Korea, they're the daughters of the conglomerates. They've actually been the face of, I think, soft leadership, and they use their attention to detail to change what was traditionally. They were supposed to be the daughter. It was supposed to be easy jobs, but they actually made it beyond. They've made it a powerhouse that can't be ignored anymore. So, for example, President Lee Pujin, she's the daughter. She's the sister of President Lee, Chairman Lee of Samsung. She's in charge of the hotel and the duty-free industry. And basically, when she first entered the hotel industry, it was just like the daughter's job. She wasn't taken very seriously. But now Sheila is one of the most highest ranking hotels in Korea and is being recognized in Asia too. So that kind of soft leadership is basically, you don't have to be the chairman of the group. You don't have to accompany the president to, global events, but the women CEOs, they're doing their job and they can't be ignored anymore because they're really good at doing what they do. So that's something to be very proud of.
I'd like to just mention that many successful women leaders have played sport. Lots of research out there that shows that they are, can stay on task. They know, there's ups and downs, and they persevere. And so I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, don't quote me on this, but I think the statistic might be that 94% or something of women in the C-suite positions played sports at some point in their life. It's a very high percentage. So we've talked a lot about the lack of women representation in a lot of different areas today. We talked about trade, only 15%. You mentioned sports research, would you say 6%? We talked about only 2% of venture capital goes to women-owned businesses. If you could change one thing tomorrow that you think would have the greatest ripple effect for women leaders, what would that be? And maybe, Mary, I can start with you.
What would I change? Women need to stop measuring their worth through their finances and their status. I recently summited in January. I summited Mount Kilimanjaro. Lisa, going back to an athlete here. So I summited Mount Kilimanjaro. I'm 61 years old, less than 14% of the women summit, and only maybe 1% over 60.
Congratulations.
Thank you. 19,341 feet. I always have to add that. My kids are like, stop with the stories. We're sick of hearing about it. But one of the things, and this goes back to some of the other panels, is we didn't have any money. We didn't have any status on the mountain. But we had the partnerships. I think we need to look at things differently. Once we started working together as a team, by Camp 4, we were able to summit as a team. All 12 of us made it up, which is very, very unusual. So I go back to, we need to start looking at these partnerships. We need to look at that, and we need to stop valuing our worth through what's more commercialized in regard to that.
Love that.
Well, so what I think is really important, I keep on telling my coworkers, like sometimes when I meet with my female coworkers, they're like, oh, logistics is such a men-based, there's so many men, there's not enough women. What can you make it more women-friendly? And I tell them, why do we need to be women-friendly? It's a human-based job, right? It doesn't matter if you're male or female. If you start using being a woman as a defense, that's basically, I think that's degrading yourself. You have to make it, the moment you talk about being a woman by your own lips, you're just degrading yourself. That's my point of view. But when other people recognize you that, just as who you are, that's the most important thing. And I wish that we don't make it as, we make it as an offense, as our weapon, not as our defense. So I think that's really, there's a very thin line between that. And I think that's a very important, a position that we have to make clear.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I emphasize finance. I really think women tend to be creative, and we kind of forget the finance part of it, or we don't have that education in finance. And understanding there's different ways to get finance other than family and friends, and just a lifestyle entrepreneur to really understand how do you turn it over and sell that and go on. But it takes understanding of finance.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think I've seen a shift over the last 25 years a little bit where I used to find that women in our peer advisory groups sometimes wouldn't even want to talk about their finances. And I think some of it was just insecurity. It was feeling like they didn't want to present it to the group and maybe not know answers. I do see a little bit of a shift there that I think women are becoming a little more comfortable talking about finances, talking about the financials of their business. But I think there's still a huge education gap there. And that's a really, really valid point. Rico.
I like to create a bridge to the previous panel, even to Herman's, what he explained before. I think we have to change the funding system on two ways. On one way, in research. if you're looking on the research, which kind of project you are financing. It is IT project, tech projects, or hardcore science. But it's not, let's say, you cannot finance a Horizon project for social business, a health project. So we have to extend research money, you know, in these kind of domains, what is really even are domains for women entrepreneurs. I had a lot to do with education, what you're studying. So that we have to change. And if then research is showing it's possible, then you have to do, let's say, the same shift in the whole, in the venture capital system. We know we have 2%, even Winsor said it before, but I think we have to change the financing of the education research project with then, let's say, a leverage effect for, let's say, the next step. I think that would have an impact, and we are seeing it at the moment in Europe as the first results. We have new system in social business and social entrepreneurs, and that has some positive outcomes. So we have even to discuss about the education part of women entrepreneurs.
Thank you. So if we're looking, I want to talk a little about the trade, we've got logistics, we've got sports. So we've got three common themes here, that these are three areas where the statistics are not in favor at this point in time in terms of women getting involved. And what do you think in those particular industries or areas that we can do to move that needle? So maybe, Mary, we can start with you. You talked about that 15% of women involved in trade. What can we really do to move that and get more women involved so that we can see that, what was it, 12 trillion? Is that what you said?
12 trillion to the global GDP.
Yeah.
And you spoke about this on a previous panel, and that is the collection of data. I went back to all the states. I started with North America, and I tried to gather the data on women that are trading, and it was very difficult to find that data. So I'm working with different organizations on trying to find a way to collect that data. And then also we're looking at different banks, like XM Bank in Delaware. There were zero lending to women. And so I was like, is it because they don't have access, or is it that women are immobilized with the tariffs, or what is the reason in regard to that? So we continue to research that. And then third is that we have to do a call to action. We really need to call on our sisters. And I see the brothers in the room too. We really need to do a call to action because no one is coming to save us. We need to step up and say, we need to trade. We need to look at this. We need to find, it's not even about money at this point. It's about the partnerships, the collaboration, the looking to trade, which also increases our income. So these are some of the areas that we need to do. And it is just the opportunity. We have this challenge, but it is a huge opportunity for all the women globally.
And also the global economy, as you're pointing out.
Absolutely, absolutely. And these are real numbers. We can't, we can't deny the numbers.
Yeah. And so logistics. What do you think we can do to get more women excited about logistics? Because in the point to trade, we need more women involved in logistics as well.
An interesting thing that I discovered recently, if you're aware, like Korean beauty companies are very hot right now. They're like the top 10 selling in Amazon Prime Day. And so the top 5, let's say the top 5 companies, Korean beauty companies, all the CEOs are male. You would think skincare, if the main customers is women, you would think that the CEO is also woman, but they're all male. And it was actually very surprising for me. And I was thinking about why. And I realized women are too into that. Like skincare is what we use every day. So we're so invested into it, we can't make it profitable. You know what? You need a distance from the actual product that you're selling to make it profitable. Anyways, so like I saying, logistics, I don't know. Logistics will never be fun, but it's a very important part because I'm saying it because a lot of content creators are women, and they're very successful in doing what they do. And because logistics is so important in selling, in moving their products, like moving products across borders, like you need to be very sensitive to who your customers are. And that's, I think, the best part that women can actually do. They're better listeners. I'm sorry to the brothers out there, but I do feel it every day. I think all of my executives are male, so I don't think they really listen to me that well. So, we're better listeners, and we can better kind of relate to who our clients are, especially the female CEOs that want to scale their companies. They want to sell their products overseas. They want to sell on Amazon, everywhere, but they need a good partner, like a good consultant on how to do logistics. And I think because it's spreading into like the soft product, it's not B2B anymore. It's not like moving wind powers, like fans or like solar batteries. I mean, that's important too, but because logistics has moved to more the consumer products, it's become more important to logistics companies than before. It's easier for women salespeople to be more successful because they know what the products are, they know what's popular, they know what's the issue, and it's easier to be very good consultants to their clients on logistics. So when the tariffs came up in the US, the first thing our logistics team did is send the changed regulations on tariffs to our customers, the US regulations on taxes. And our customers really appreciated that. And that was only because, it was possible because our executive in charge of US forwarding was a female. No, I'm sorry, and now I'm becoming very sexist. So you just have to be, very detail oriented to know how to relate to your customers. And I think that's the advantage that women can have in logistics.
I think also, I don't know what the statistic is globally, but I imagine it's similar, as women in the United States make about 80% of the purchasing decisions, and even make more purchasing decisions when we're talking about cars and computers and things that you might not necessarily think women are making those decisions, yet we have so few women on the other side of that are speaking to the consumer. So I think that's, just to your point, a very interesting disconnect there. Sports.
It's amazing. I was just going to say this because as more CEOs and CMOs and chief finance officers are women, they realize that 80% of spending power is from women, and they're investing more in women's sport. So whether it's media companies taking the risk of paying more for media rights, and then they sell that to advertisers who are trying to reach the women, the female market. Now, don't get me wrong, the men are still almost equal of viewers in women's sports to women. A lot of people don't understand that, our audience is not just women watching women's sports. It does reach 50-50, if not more men in some cases. So, but going back, that there is more money now being put into women's sports from the advertisers, the sponsors, and then athletes, female athletes. Now that they're making more money, they're investing it back into businesses. Just like Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan, they're all investing in these small businesses. Now women, female athletes, have that disposable income to invest.
I like to rely on the logistic part. We organized last year in Paris a Women Entrepreneurship Conference. We will redo it this year, end of October, 22nd, 23rd. You are all invited to come. And we discovered even last year a lot of young tech entrepreneurs, young tech female entrepreneurs, and clearly a lot in fashion. And typically in fashion, you need a lot of logistic know-how. And you see how they deal with. They have a high capability of technical know-how and a part of connection. They can even say it's, for me, a role model for female founders or female entrepreneurs to be a combination technology in a fashion industry with arts, and let's say based on human connection. I think it's this kind of, and clearly we are building at OECD headquarters this part of call to action, to let's say that entrepreneurs could present experts, different let's say communities. So I think in this way you have more power, for not in a dialectic way. We have not to go in a gender gap discussion. We have to go, what is the asset of female founders or female CEOs, and not to go in a dialectic way. If you're going in a dialectic way, then you have more, let's say, a defensive reaction. And I think it was a great, let's say, really great event last year, and hopefully even this year we will redo it, and we go in the same direction. All are in the same boat. I think that is important. But even we need policymakers in what we said before. We need the whole section, all stakeholders, to put it forward.
Thank you. And I love that about that particular event, because you did have an opportunity to have so many different participants in the room to have these kind of conversations. Looking forward to it again this year. I would encourage anyone who's interested, you can come find one of us and talk about the event at OECD next year, or later this year. So I want to see if anyone, I've got more questions I can ask, but I want to see if anyone in the audience has any questions that they'd like to ask the panelists. So it looks like we have a question right there. I don't know if we have a mic anywhere. Oh, there he is. Thank you.
My question is really directly for female. Why is it that today's female, I'm saying today, have the tendency of thinking that to become effective, to become professional, they need to compete? They don't have to. They just have to be themselves based on what they can do and based on what they should be doing. Not to look around, I'm going to flex my muscle, why do they have that? It's like an inferiority of complex that I want to move on, but at the same time, I'm wobbling. Why is it that they have that tendency when they have so much to do on their own without trying to do because of the pressure? It's just that they belittle themselves why they have so much. When I see all these icons, it's mind-boggling. Why is it that maybe there's a need to groom them to write a book or to do something that will guide them so that they may not be fixated by that complex that prevents them from moving forward?
I think the complex comes from history, and they have been put down or not listened to or not given the opportunities. So they feel like in order to keep moving, they have to be competitive. They have to figure out how to win or get ahead because it's not been easy. And next time that you're in a room and a woman speaks, I hope you'll listen and see how others react to that. So I just wanted to share that.
Honey. Honey. Just because I'm for women does not mean I'm against men. And I love men, trust me. But, however, I hear what you're saying, and you're looking at a very unique panel. But you have got to look at the women on a global basis. And I travel the world. I look at healthcare. I look at trade. I look at I know we really don't want to take another deep dive into finances, but 70% of the women are denied loans that come to my office, with only 2% getting the money. So I respect your opinion, and I respect the lens that you see here. But I also encourage you and challenge you to look at a global scale and look beyond this panel of women in their shiny suits and sitting up here and talking to you. So thank you for your opinion, but I do encourage you to look a little farther.
Ayman.
It works. So amazing discussion here. Again, I'm interested in learning about AI again, right? I keep talking about it because I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'm trying to make sense of it right here. How do you see the role of AI? And I'll give you a side story here, and it was in the news, right? Is that Steve Wozniak's wife, right, was on Apple trying to buy a computer or to buy some stuff, and they asked her if she wanted to get credit to purchase the equipment, right? And yet they were both on a joint account, right? And yet the amount of money was given to her was much lower than Steve Wozniak, which was the co-founder of Apple, right?
Right.
And it was in the news, and she was surprised. She says, "Why is that the case? We have the same bank account, we have the same thing." And then the question became is, the code, the AI code, or whatever the code was written in, was somehow taking gender in the equation of how much credit is given. So we're going back to the code itself, what's going in, and how do you see this playing in the future as we move, and as Dr. Winslow mentioned, a generative AI, agentic AI. How is this, what's your thought process on this? I'm curious. Thank you.
Are you asking me?
Anyone?
Coders are primarily male. I don't know.
And we continue to deal with the gender biases even in AI. And we will continue to do that. And I think that we really need to look at AI. When I do a lot of research in regard to trade, I find that Claude, and then I go into Perplexity Max. What they're doing is even the AI tools are estimating. So I have to start putting in prompts so that they're not estimating some of the figures and looking at, because they will bring the biases in. And we have the women have taken off maybe time to raise their children, so they're taking that into account. And there's a lot of gender biases that we do have to look at. But I have to constantly, when I'm working in my AI and I'm looking at, I have to constantly pull it back. I have to constantly put in prompts. I have to constantly kind of look at that too. So, but yes, I do experience the gender biases even in the AI.
I mean, you know, I give my Gemini, like my in-body, my BMI, my body mass stuff, and they're like, "Oh, your muscle mass is very low for a male." I'm like, "I'm female." You know, it's like you have to. It assumes just, you know, as that I'm a male. Like I mean, of course, I should have added it to my prompt, but without any background, they would just assume. Yeah, the gender bias is very real, and I think, you know, instead of, we have to change it one by one, but I think I'm just tired of fighting it. You know, I'm just tired of fighting it. I just want to do, just do my best to just work with what we have, and eventually, hopefully for the next generation, it will be easier for them as it is easier for me than the previous generation. And like trying to fight it kind of makes it, you know, like the previous question, like, why do you have inferiority complex? I don't, but you know, if you're a woman and you're so used to it, you just learn to kind of accept it, but that at the same time is not the best solution either for the next generation. So you just have to keep on working with it and keep on fighting it, but doing it in a very feminine, soft, elegant way.
I see it more as an opportunity perspective. You know, let's say AI as an opportunity for even people like me not being a tech guy, you know, and we know we have less women, let's say, studying technology and so on. It's a great opportunity as a founder, and to be close, let's say, even in relation to social media activities. I think you have to see it in a positive way, clearly taken as an instrument, clear with all the bias what we have, what we explained before, but even has positive outcomes. And that could be a great opportunity for young female founders in the future, you know, you have to take with AI. You have to live with it, and if you're combining with, let's say, a good sense, let's say humanity, empathy, and so on, I think then you find even new solutions, give feedback. In this way, it's a great, I see from an opportunity, a positive way.
Yeah.
Yes, just to touch on what Emily said, as a CEO and when you're in leadership, many times because of a number of dynamics, there's a tendency to deal with imposter syndrome. How do you do that, being at that level, and what can you share with, say, your younger self or those within the audience? Because we all, to some extent, have to deal with imposter syndrome.
As in, I feel like I'm an imposter in a male-dominated room, right? I don't know, like, I try to, okay, so basically I've been president of Hanjin Logistics for the past 4 years, and there have been no female executives until 3 years ago. So basically I promoted 3 of our female, so top leader managers into, they were the first female like executives in our company. I think, so, and then now we have over 30 female team leaders, which is very small, yes, but for our company, that was a big step forward. And I always tell, I actually kind of reprimanded my HR guy because he was like, oh, we're gonna be more lenient to women. I'm like, no, that's like, no, that is not. Once we start making a policy to promote more women just because we're women, I think, like I said before, I feel like that's actually degrading ourselves. HR policy should be very neutral and try to be as fair as possible. So it doesn't matter if you're woman or men, you just have to be good at what you do. And that's our company policy. But at the same time, I have to be a role model in the background and to give the woman the opportunity to compete. So when there's like 10 male, 10 candidates that are male, there's like 2 candidates that are female. So that ratio itself, it's as a disadvantage for the woman. So I sometimes have to take that executive decision to promote the woman instead, give them a better chance. But that's my decision and my power, is my decision. And I think that's the most, that's the best that I can do to bring more women into the boardroom. And it's working, and at the same time, it's a slow process because I don't want to make it, I don't want to be entitled. Like, I don't want my female coworkers to be entitled that they will definitely be an executive just because they're women. I want them to work hard. They do work as hard as their male counterparts, but I want to give them, they need a little bit of a push and a pull from me because our numbers are so few. So hopefully this will be the start of us not feeling like imposters in a very male-dominated, and that's probably a case for many countries, even in the US, but especially in Korea. So I want to be a good role model, not to the younger generation and to the future, as trying to be as neutral as possible, but at the same time helping women because I'm a woman as well. So I hope that answered your question.
I want to add to that in terms of imposter syndrome, because I think women CEOs do face this. I think there's plenty of men who face imposter syndrome too. I don't think that, and what the percentages are, I don't think we know. But what I will say, and not to plug the work we do, but I think creating communities where you're bringing people together so they can validate each other, that they can be in a safe space and have someone who say, like, Mary, that's a great idea, and meet more women who are like you. To Emily's point, having more women in leadership positions and meeting more women in leadership positions, and as the younger generation grows up and sees more women in these leadership positions, I think that helps with that feeling that maybe you don't feel like you're adequate or you have everything you need to be in that position. I mean, there's statistics on applying for jobs where women need to have 90% of the bullets on the, on the list to apply, and men will apply with 40% or something. It's just a feeling that women have that we need to do everything perfectly sometimes. And I think having the community of other women is really validating. Yes.
Hi, my name is Eunhee Gu. I'm from Silicon Valley, and I would like to ask the speakers a question. Since there are many Korean students, young students here with us today, what advice would you like to share with the future women and leaders, women leaders, about how they can address and overcome the challenges you mentioned?
I say yes to everything. I mean, I honestly, almost anything. Like as a young person, if you have an opportunity to go for a position in a different city and it's something that is going to advance you, say yes. There's so many people, I only want to live in Washington, D.C. or New York or Miami. Well, there's lots of positions in Indianapolis and Oklahoma and, other places. But you have to be willing to take that opportunity when it's offered to you. So, my first job, I applied for a coordinator position, and they're like, well, which are you applying for, a director or coordinator? Well, I'm not stupid. I said director. I had no idea. I was so underqualified, and I jumped on a plane with a suitcase and moved cross country for this role, and I made it work. It was hard, but if I didn't say yes, I would have just got the coordinator role. Mm-hmm. So I really encourage you to say yes when you can.
Rico?
I think as a young person, it's important to get experience to lead. I think that you can do in your sports club, to be a coach or let's say leading in a different way. I think get experience to lead. And that could be in a private way and that give you more capabilities in the future. I think leading, we are talking about leading, leading has a lot to do with experience. And it's typically quite an important message for the young guys, to get experience, whatever it is.
So I'm going to actually turn and look at you when I say this. So 20 years from now, you're not going to remember my name. You're not going to remember my title. But when you walk into a room as one person, you're going to be representing 10,000 of us women. You're going to be walking into that room and you're going to be standing on our shoulders. You're going to be representing us. So I want you to go out there and, like the panelists say, just go for it all. Just go for it all. But remember that you are not walking in that room alone. You are on our shoulders. And you may not remember my name or my title, but you will feel my hand on your shoulder. And I will tell you to go for it.
Emily?
Oh, I mean, everybody says such great things, but I think what I want to tell you guys is that just enjoy what you do. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do what you do. And it's for both men and women too. Just do what you do. Just enjoy what you're doing, and don't be afraid of what the future holds, because nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. We might all just, there might be a huge disaster, never mind. But, you never know what's going to happen. So you have to enjoy every single day. And that will lead you to the future that you want to go to. Don't listen to your parents, or listen to your parents, but don't let them tell you, don't let them shape your future. explore the world, enjoy what you do, and you must make your own future. And I really hope that you can do what you really like as your job. I think that's what everyone here is doing. I mean, because if you really love what you do as your job, then you'll be very happy. Even if you don't get enough sleep, or you're so busy, or your stress level is like on the roof, you'll still be very happy because you love what you do. And I think that's the best advice I can give to the younger generation.
So we have 1 minute left. I just want to go down and see if you have one last thing you want to add or tell the audience before we end. So Rico, can I start with you?
Yeah, I like to be an advocate for the solo entrepreneurs. I think that we have a lot in the female part, and combined with alignment of the family. I think that is even a great way to do it, and that was a possibility for me to study. Without my mom, it was not possible.
Go USA. But I say, keep looking for the needs, or the wants that aren't there yet, or how can you make something better for those young people, because you are the future, and identify it now and keep looking for opportunities.
Go South Korea.
Yay! We talked a lot about what we do, but it's also important who you are. And so you heard about my career and what I do, but I want you to remember who I am, and that is a woman of courage. And never forget who you are.
Thank you. That's a fantastic way to end. Mary, Emily, Lisa, Rico, thank you all so much. This was such an incredible conversation. And I want to encourage you, I think they're going to be around. Please come and have conversations, and let's build the conversation. Thank you.
I would like to just thank the panel, for such a great discussion. What we're going to do is that let's give them another round of applause. This has been a great discussion. What we're going to do is take some pictures, and then I'm going to ask Casey, where are you? She'll tell us what's next.
Hi, everyone. It is now lunchtime. We will see you again at 2 p.m. back at the Duquesne Building School building where we were yesterday. So you're on your own to get some food, and we'll see you at 2 p.m. Thank you.